Sir Pippin. For some reason, my little voice light up thing is not working today. And I was trying to fix that, and it didn't cooperate, so oh well. Not sure why it's fighting me, but it is fighting me. Oh, hey, tomatoes. Alright, I dropped some live notifs. How dare you? My audio sounds good to me. On my phone, because that's how I like to double check it every now and then. Believe I have everything I need open. Yeah, I'm just a little bit annoyed my light up talk thing isn't working. But alas. It's just gonna be like that today, apparently. Alright, I think we're pretty ready to get going. Look who we got today. We got Roger. We figured out some face stuff for him. We got Joey's layout. And we got some more alerts to do. I think we ought to start coloring Roger's face to match his body. My day went pretty well. Mostly it's been a slow day, but like I feel like I kind of needed that after this weekend. Hope everybody had a nice holiday weekend. And then that poll ended, so we now officially know what we're going to be playing on Thursday. It ended this morning. And we're going to be doing Sims. Okay, let me name a couple layers real quick. Yeah, we're going to be doing some Sims builds. I might tweak the eyes a little, but I like redrew a face and I feel like it looks more original now and less like Sans. I feel like Sans just kept slipping in there somehow. I think it was the head shape I went with. Did I never bring the color palette over to this one? It's the same palette as the layout, so I can just grab it, but still. Yeah, so if anybody celebrates Easter, I'd love to hear what you got up to. I'm not religious, but, you know, a nice meal's a nice meal, so. Honestly, I just like all the bunny stuff with Easter, which considering my like rabbit emotes and everything, shouldn't really be terribly surprising. So that's going to be the speaking face. Let me zoom in a little bit for you. That's going to be the speaking face. And that's going to be the not talking face. It's going to look like he's thinking and then speaking. That was the idle face that Joey wanted. He wanted something that looks like he's thinking. I freaking love this song. This is Quesadilla by Walk the Moon. And I have no idea where the name quesadilla comes from. There is no mention of cheese or tortillas. Hey, Hairless. It's not Sir Pippin the Stinky Man, is it? Trying to remember exactly how I did these specs before, and I think I got it now. I think it was like that. That's like a subtle detail, but I feel like it adds to him looking kind of watery. I mentioned it last time we were chatting about this, but I'm trying to inspire him from the Draugen in Hilda, which is a cartoon on Netflix. I'll send the spelling in case anybody's not sure how to spell Draugen, because closed captions isn't getting it. I really like Hilda. I watch it. I like rewatch it pretty often. It deals with a lot of folklore that is like some of my favorite stories, but also like ignored stuff, like Nissa and brownies and actual fairy lore, not not like cute girls in the flowers. Like that's not that's not what fairies are supposed to be like at all. They're mischievous and like spiteful, I think is a good way to explain fairies. But also very lawful. I'm gonna be like shading the face as like the planes in this instance, and then I'm gonna color the eyes and mouth and stuff separately since I have two different expressions to deal with here. Trying to give him like a little bit of a cheekbone in the shadow too, because if the face is too round and soft, he's gonna look like a child, and that's obviously not what I'm going for. Because he was coming out too baby face last time. That was part of the problem too, and why I had to change the shape of the face itself. He just looked too young. Welcome back, Sir Pippin. You know that is a pretty solid point. You know, hairless. Give yourself a good sniff. Are you sure it's not yourself you're smelling? I showered last night. I usually shower at night. I've always preferred showering in the evenings, but it kind of got solidified when I worked at that tattoo shop, because I was not sleeping with, uh, you know, like stranger blood potentially on my skin. Like, yeah, you wash up a lot when you're in that kind of career, but you're still gonna be touching blood. At some point, you're gonna have something break, or something's gonna happen. You're gonna get some on your arm above the glove or something. It happens. I feel like giving him eye bags instantly aged him. See, even hairless doubts. You pressed B. Primate sucks. He's- he said press B to doubt about you showering today, and then you pressed B. So, like, I feel like that one's on you, Hairless. All right, I blended those shadows a bit, and I think they look a little better now. We have an ad starting. Why did Firebot? What is going on? Connect, please. We have an ad starting in 4 minutes. Firebot didn't connect properly, so it didn't send the notification. So I'm letting you guys know. Sorry about that. Let's see. How does that match the body? I think that matches pretty well. We didn't necessarily go much darker in the dark places or much lighter in the light places. And then when I do the faces themselves, I'm going to like tweak some of those details to suit them accordingly. Yeah, it definitely sounds like it. When I worked with kids, we had a lot of parents who like did that thing where they're like, "Oh, nothing's wrong with my Timmy." And it's like, I'm not, like you're the one holding your kid back by being like this. I'm not saying there's something wrong with your kid. I'm saying your kid might just need some accommodations, and that's not a bad thing. But people get real weird about that shit. I don't fucking know. Hold on, I gotta tweak how I'm doing this by a little bit. So right now I've got masking layers that are interfering with what I'm trying to do. There you go, Firebot. Now it's connected right. Hey, Joey, what's up, man? I was working on throwing little shading stuff on this guy, and I want to say the eye bags instantly made him older. Instantly, I was like, yes. Ooh, I knocked into the stool I keep my mouse on because there's not enough space on my desk. Yeah, I got him some eye bags. I started shading this shit, and I used that to fill out the stubble a little more. I definitely think this looks better than the last iteration, but I might play with the eye design a little bit. I want to keep the same general shape, but I don't know if I'm 100% on these eyes. I also might go for like a different color for more contrast. I haven't decided on that yet. Yeah, we got that face going on. We got that face. I like the silly barnacles on his head for sure, though. He's definitely a barnacle head. I'm trying to give him like watery ghost vibes. You know how I'm doing. Ooh, launching BG3 for the first time on the new computer? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's gonna be like putting on fucking glasses compared to how you were playing it before. Barnacle head. Yeah, I'm still not 100% sold on the eyes, but I like the rest of the face. I feel like the eyes are still a little too childish. I might go for slightly smaller. They were originally smaller, and I thought they were too small, so I enlarged them a bit, and now I feel like I might have overcompensated. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna fucks with them some more. I thought I accidentally drew a speck on his head, but it was just a speck on my screen. I don't know if they still are, but I know Punk Ape and Wesley Wolf were streaming PG3 today, and that was fun. Punk's trying to like use it to remember how to play D&D because he hasn't played it in a long time. Alright, let's change gears for a minute here and get to shading this ship. That looks pretty perfect to me. All right, I'm going to start with the masts. This one's off Patrick Stump's solo album from when Fall Out Boy was on hiatus. It's a weird album, but I really enjoy it. And then again, I really like weird shit. All the synths and everything are original too. He didn't use any samples for this, which I find quite impressive. He also recorded all of it himself, and I mean every track when I say that. Every instrument. Patrick Stump is, like, easily one of the most talented multi-instrumentalists, like, of the modern era, in my opinion. Had the pleasure of seeing him live, too, and he's even better live than he is recorded. I'm not even gonna lie. Man's a goddamn powerhouse. is another great song. This is It All Starts Here by Magic Man. I think that looks pretty nice. I want to pick a nice texture brush for the sails. I feel like they call for some texture. This is a hairbrush, but I find it in a pinch, hairbrushes can look a lot like a fabric texture, especially when that fabric isn't like folded and pressed, when it's got wrinkles to it. You don't want your weave to be flawlessly straight in a wrinkled piece. And as such, hair textures and fur textures can work really nicely for that. See, I think that works as a wax canvas kind of texture very well. But I'm going to lower the opacity. I don't want it to look quite so crackly. I like the tone color dodge is giving this, and then I'm going to lower the opacity from there. I want this to be subtle. It's a texture, not a focal point. I think 30% looks pretty good. It's rather subtle, but it's still there. I think that's just the little touch of detail it needed. And then we'll go into shading over top of it, and that'll help blend it in a bit. I can't hear this anymore without thinking of The Good Place, though. Because it was frickin' Simone's alarm clock. Let's make the brush bigger. I think 25 looks good. Let's try that. That looks nice for shading. I don't want it to be too subtle, but I don't want it to be too dark either, and I think that's a good balance. Now let's highlight. Yeah, I think my pale golden color is going to look nice. Warms it up, adds a little contrast. I want the highlight on the main sails to kind of glow through them, because I feel like the source of light, there's bounce light in this because of the water, but I feel like the source of light is primarily on the opposite side. So I'm trying to give the impression that it's mostly shining through the sails as opposed to onto the sails. And then the highlight on like the side of the ship and such is bounce light off the water. For things like this, I like to play with a sort of ambiguous light source instead of a dedicated one, since the overlay could always be rearranged and stuff in the future. I think that gives the impression of the sun shining through them as opposed to on them, with the exception of the two front like angle sails, because those are at a different angle and the light would be catching them differently. They have a bit of a stronger highlight on that light direction edge. I think screen sells that effect best. And let's try it at like 75%. Yeah, I think that looks quite nice. Oh, that was a big sneeze. Gonna pop into the flag now, changing my brush size. Little shadowy situation on the Jolly Roger. That added a lot of depth very quickly. That was some very simple shading. If I zoom in, on the black of the flag, I highlighted this half of the skull and kind of had it fade out, and then this top edge. And then on the white, I shadowed this side of the skull, and that's all I did. Looks like it's flapping. Simple as fuck. Little eraser layer magic for you. There you go. Had to clean up a couple funky spots that got kind of missed. I'll have to go and fucks with my paint bucket settings. That's probably what caused that. So we have the compass for follows, the ship for raids, I need to finalize his face before I do the next part. So I'm just going to put that line art at half opacity and screw around with the eyes right on top of it in like a bright red so I can see what I'm doing with high contrast. And then I'll make it match everything. Size 25. Kinda do like that more. Not gonna lie. Kind of like a vivid green eye for this guy. I think it contrasts better. Also, that rhymed. Give me 1 second. I just gotta stretch. That was a good back crack. All right, let's see. I want to play around with the details on his shirt some more, make those strings more clear. The like lace up bit. It blends in too much with the rest of the shirt right now. I could just fucks with some blending modes to change that probably. I gotta shade the bucket because he is a bucket ghost. I gotta actually shade the clothes too. Right now it's just texture slapped on there. I want to exaggerate the shadows on the hands. They're already shaded, but I didn't take them dark enough. The eyes and mouth will need shading. Same with the barnacles. What to do next? I will need to make the goal alerts to match his face. Because it's going to be him in his little bucket for starting a goal and him popping out of his little bucket for finishing a goal. This is a silly little thing. Because he's a cute, silly kind of guy. You know what? Before I finish him, I want to... Let me save him before I do anything else. Turn off the palette. And I need to start one big ass folder that I throw everything into. Alright, there's a group folder with everything in it. And let me take this over here. I want to see how this looks together before I proceed too far. kind of dig it. I think he looks nice with it. It's fighting me a little bit since this is a big fucking file I just brought in here. This is way larger than the overlay itself, this character art. But I think, like, the line art size works. There's not, like, when it's shrunken down, there's not a huge disparity between his line art and the line art for the overlay itself. Let me center that for you guys again. Yeah, I had my little doodle in the corner to show where I wanted to line him up, give or take. Yeah, something like that was how I was thinking it would fit. Alright, now let's get him out of here, now that we've looked at that. I don't want to have this file moved over until it's an actual PNG and not this massive multi-layered thing. But I think that was a good preview. I think the color schemes go together well. I think he stands out enough from the background, despite being technically the same colors as the background, because he's brighter. That's important for, like, colorblindness and stuff too. As long as he's brighter, he'll still stand out to people who have, like, different visual impairments. Impairments, rather. So I think I feel good to go on continuing to shade Roger. Let's zoom in on that face. If it's not obvious, because it's kind of tiny, I am shading the barnacles. Little highlight action on there. Oh no, was it? Is it really? Because, like, that might be a problem. Maybe. Or maybe something's not, like, plugged in all the way or something. Do you have, like, the newest updates for the drivers and shit? 9 times out of 10, when I have a problem, it means I just have to upgrade my goddamn drivers, I swear to God. Or alternately, are you still running those downloads I sent you in the background? That could be slowing something down. Yeah, okay. I figured I didn't send you that much stuff, but I don't know. Sometimes like Steam and stuff gets throttled. So I don't know if that's the case for any of the other shit I sent you. Mm, that could do it. For the graphics card, though, it should be like directly through NVIDIA. Or whatever graphics card, whatever you use. That I don't know. I feel like NVIDIA is pretty standard. Yeah, I just know I update mine through the fucking NVIDIA thing. And, like, I know usually when you get, like, the graphics card, it's usually been sitting for a while. And so it needs, like, a few updates, typically, when you first install them. That definitely looks better at 75%. That was a little too strong before. There's some shading in the mouth. I need to make blinking eyes too. Unless ghosts are unblinking, I don't know. He is dead. He isn't corporeal. I want to touch up his hands. I mentioned before that the shading is just not dark enough on the hands. It's not too bad at least. Yeah, Christ, that's ridiculous. Especially how long this shit's been around for. Calm down. We get it, you're a monopoly. Fucking stupid. But yeah, if you don't there's a there's like an updater thing that you can download from Nvidia so that you don't have to go to their website and dig up the right one every time you want to update your graphics driver. I have that so that I just have to like check that every now and then instead of digging through their fucking website, and I suggest that as someone who's not the techiest person. And then like every time a new AAA game comes out, or there's some huge update for a very popular game, I check it because they pretty much update to like suit certain games in particular. It's pretty crazy how that works now. I think that works better than how it was how it was before. Excuse me. Let me take a sip of my drink. Yeah, I definitely think the hands look better like that. I want to fuck around with the strings on the shirt. The contrast is just not high enough. That's much better already. Oops, I didn't mean to lag it that bad. Jeez. All right, there we go. Let's go for 50% opacity. The fact that that got censored by the auto mod but still went through the TTS is a little concerning. What's good, Punk Ape? Oh my gosh. I kind of reworked the face. I was still not totally happy with the eyes. I don't know. I don't know. I'm into the rest of it. Oh my gosh. That's mildly concerning. But that's to be honest with you, that's why I have it read the username too. That way if somebody comes in and throws in some absolute jackassery, it calls them out at the same time. The Tintin look was fun. I still have a screenshot of that you guys told me to turn into an emote. Yeah, this is his thinking expression, and then he has one where he's like open mouthed. So he's talking in that one, and I still need to make a blink, but I don't want to do that until I'm set on the eyes. Yeah, that's the other expression. My cat knows she's being fed, and she's like trying to stuff her face with kibble right now, and I'm like, stop it! You know you're gonna barf. She does this every time. Like, she makes me feel like that freaking meme. When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? Like, that's me with my cat, honestly. She's such a little pain in the ass. But yeah, it's been a quiet night over here. Been vibing, been drawing, the usual. Yep. You know what I'm talking about. But she does this all the time. She eats too much before she gets her like wet food, and then she throws up. And wet food isn't exactly cheap either, you know? Like, by the way, oh, nice, Joey. The Sims officially won for what we're playing on Thursday. So I'm trying to find a nice floor plan to kind of base it off of loosely. I was thinking of doing like a 2-bedroom because if the place is too big, it's gonna take me ages. I'm the kind of person who like puts little nail polish bottles on the bathroom counter and like all those tiny useless details that make it look real. Looking forward to it. I got to get that set up with OBS. I've never streamed The Sims before. Maybe we'll get some cool Sims folks through who will give me tips because I haven't played regularly in a while, so I forget some of the fast keys and stuff. But I've just been on a Sims building kick lately. Did I say tomorrow? That's my bad. I meant to say Thursday. Sims speed run. I mean, with how they treat babies in that game, it's not exactly hard. There are a lot of Sims challenges, though. There are some building challenges. There are like gameplay challenges, like the 100 baby challenge, which is insanity the whole way through because babies in The Sims suck. Yeah, Joey's just having a little issue with setup at the moment. Once you get it working, you can pretty much set it to maintain itself as much as possible though. Like that's what I do. And I just set it to like tell me when there's updates so that it doesn't just like in the middle of a stream fucking just be like updating now and I'm like, ah. Yeah, I don't understand computers either. Like computers are real life magic as far as I'm concerned. I'm not even gonna pretend to understand them. I do really enjoy my Switch games. Um, I do want to get a capture card so that I can play like Animal Crossing and stuff on stream. I think Animal Crossing would be a really good vegging out stream kind of thing. And I'm not starting over though. I put way too much work into my island to start over. Some people are like, I'm gonna start over for like stream challenge reasons. I'm not doing that. I will never be able to get back all the work I put into that damn island if I even think about it. Yeah, I really, I'm so dumb with computers, especially for someone my age. Like, I'm not even, like, I'm freaking 27. I should know better. I grew up on this shit, but nope. Goes over my head frequently. I mostly just YouTube shit when I'm having problems. I have friends in IT, and when they, like, talk to me about work and like, tell me the issues they've been dealing with, I just, like, smile and nod. And like they're like, and then I did blah 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 and I fixed it, and I'm like, good work, buddy. And I have no idea what they meant, but I know they're doing a good job, you know. Like I have a fucking itch on my arm. Do I have a bug bite? God damn it. I swear to God. Yeah, I'm pretty much just gonna get Joey the total setup too. Like I already sent him all the plugins I use. and everything to download. And like we're gonna do like a stream build Discord call one of these days. I'm just gonna help him. I'm gonna make sure he has all the pieces of the overlay I've got done so far, and I'm gonna help him put everything together. Yeah, like yeah, you're fucking crazy busy this week, dude. I don't envy it. I had like very little to do today, and I felt real good about it. That's the kind of person I am. I like having nothing to do. That's my favorite kind of day, especially if it's like a little rainy. Just like make some tea, put a movie on. It's great. It's perfect. It's exactly what I want. Rainy and cool enough for me to wear a sweater. It's getting hot, and I have to pack up my sweaters again, and I'm very upset about it. I go wear a sweater every goddamn day. Kind of just want to move somewhere where it's cold all the time, so I can just always wear scarves and sweaters and stuff. It's just so cozy. I want optimal cozy, thanks. I hushed. Am I clear now? I didn't touch anything. Weird. Maybe the connection just like blinked for a second or something. Or maybe I sighed in the middle of a sentence. I have to remind myself how sensitive this microphone is, because you can, if I don't have the compression set right, you can hear me breathing, and you can hear when my tongue ring clacks my teeth. And I feel like that's going to really bother people. It's going to be really bothersome. Also, don't ever get your tongue pierced. Shit sucks. I have 13 piercings, and I would redo any of them except my tongue. I'd redo my cartilage. I'd redo my cartilage 3 times before I'd re-pierce my tongue. Easy. Maybe even 4 or 5. If that bitch falls out and heals that way, oh well, no more tongue ring. That shit fucking hurt. It's probably different if you have good teeth, but I don't. I got bitch ass teeth. My teeth are like, oh, you thought about a snack? Cavity time. Granted, I do eat a lot of sugary stuff, but straight up, my teeth are just garbage. Weak ass, bitch ass teeth. Yes, allow that. Dude, my teeth are little bitch asses, like for real on God. You would not believe the amount of dental work I've gotten in the past year and a half. Granted, a lot of that was catch up, but like I got real fake teeth. I got crowns and shit. Like for real, on God, dabs. Sometimes I like to use extra slang to fuck with my sister because she doesn't know what any of it means because she's older than me. Can't wait until my niece gets old enough to start fucking with her with slang too. It's gonna be funny. My sister's gonna have no idea what that kid's talking about. Right now, my niece is 3, so she's got time. But slang is constantly changing, and my sister's already behind, and it's gonna be hilarious. Oh gosh. Feel like that one's up to Joey. Plus, the amount you can start with is pretty low. Once you get like some subs and stuff, it goes up. Like the more sub points you goals you hit, the more emote slots it unlocks. So that's how like some streamers have like fucking like 30, 40 emotes. Oh Jesus. Is it still slug chugging along or hmm. Yeah, I don't know enough about computers to give advice on any of that. I panic and Google things when something goes wrong. That's my shtick. Like, I'm sure I'm capable of learning about computers. I understand like the stream bots and stuff I work with pretty well, but oh, it's just a lot. And I'm almost 30 now, and I feel like it's okay to stagnate with tech once you hit a certain age. So I just take the L, like It's try some other big game if you have one. I know you're not a big gamer. Um but if you have one, try a different big game, and if it does the same thing, then you know it's the computer, but if it doesn't, then it's BG3. And you can have Steam verify the files and see if anything's wrong. Try fixing it that way. If that doesn't work, uninstall and reinstall. Okay, I'm guessing it's a you need to update the shit out of your graphics card because you just got it, and if you haven't updated it, we don't know how long it's been sitting on that shelf, and like when the programming on it is actually from, and that's it sounds like that's probably your problem. If you need to, you can get that NVIDIA app thing. What is it called? Oh, it's literally just called NVIDIA app. Okay. They also have an NVIDIA control panel. That might be it alternately. So if you just get it up to date, should be good. Probably just hasn't been updated. You know, I've never actually played Subnautica. That's on my list of things I think would be cool to play on the channel. Subnautica. I want to replay the Fable games. I loved those back in the day, but I haven't played them in so long. It'll be basically fresh. I got BioShock 1 and 2 again. That's on things I plan to do. Subnautica. I don't know. I feel like you gotta pronounce it stupidly for that to apply properly. Um, listen. This is an 18 plus stream, so I'm gonna get a little bit TMI with you guys for a second. It's nothing personal. It's just in general. I was looking at some toys on the internet once, cause you know, and I was reading the reviews, and this one fucking review made me laugh my fucking ass off. It was like, oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever used. Me and my girlfriend are obsessed with it. Like, sometimes a family is two women, their cat, and a blue dildo. And I'm like, fucking losing it. Like, it was a very impassioned rant about this this toy for sure, and it I couldn't stop laughing reading it. Like, I think I even screenshotted it, sent it to a few friends because I have no shame and I thought it was fucking hilarious. Yeah, like they made it sound like it was like a come to Jesus moment, but it was a blue dildo instead. Like they found God in a silicone cock, you know what I mean? It was funny as shit. I wonder if I could find that again. I probably could. I remember some particular enough details that I could probably find that again. So I was thinking um that depending on how things go, I might do some extra streams. I have a consult for a surgery, and normally when I'm healing from stuff, I get really wired and agitated, and that makes healing a lot more difficult. So if I was hanging out with y'all, it would probably be easier to sit the fuck still, honestly. Um, and so I don't have a date for it yet. I just have the consultation this week. And I'll find out, if this is happening and stuff. And I might end up trying to do like a subathon or something out of the healing period, since I'll be streaming more because I'll have nothing the fuck else to do. And I thought that could be a good way to reach my goal to add a camera. And I was trying to think of like some fun other goals and challenges and things I could add. And one I thought might be funny to throw in the mix is like a karaoke stream. Like, if I get X number of subs, I gotta sing on stream and not just quietly behind this push to talk button. Yeah, I'd try to come up with like a couple small goals and like little fun things based on those small goals, and then like one goal, would be to add a camera. Like that would probably be the final goal. And then in future subathons, I could do silly stuff involving a camera. Like when people do like hot sauce shots, that shit's crazy. That highlight definitely helps. Needs a little blending, but definitely helps. You're in. Hell yeah. Yeah, if I don't end up doing that, like if I'm not well enough to after I get surgery, then I probably will plan it as a down the line thing anyway. And just like pick a time when I've got some time for that kind of thing. And I think it'll be fun. It's a good way to get like new people in, meet other streamers, etc. A lot of people do subathons. Yo, Joey, if you Google something and the AI's popping up and annoying you, just add the word fuck. I'm not kidding. Try it. It makes the AI go away. Oh yeah, a D&D bit would be cool. Yeah, but like Joey, the way a subathon generally works is that like you have like a list of rewards for your community, and when they hit a certain number of subs, they like get that reward. So, I have the goal of 25 subscribers to add a camera. That could be like the final goal. So it would be like 5 subs you get this, 10 subs you get this, 15 subs you get this, 20 subs you get this, 25 subs you unlock my face cam. Some shit like that. And I'm trying to come up with things that could be fun and interesting for that. Yeah, I'm always trying to plan stuff. It's just a like I want to do a Baldur's Gate run through where people vote for our choices. But I don't have enough people who tune in regularly right now for that. And so like I have a lot of things like that in the back of my mind that I'm just kind of like biding time on, to be honest. That's a lot of subs. Um, that would be pretty wild. Joey has become the dog kicker pirate. Yeah, I even already have like camera inclusive overlays prepared that I did the same time I did the rest of my overlay because I wanted to make sure they like matched perfectly and that I wouldn't forget what brushes I used for certain details and stuff. And I already added cameras to them, and then I made those cameras invisible. That way, if I accidentally click into it or something, I'm not gonna just have my face on stream before I'm ready for it. Um, but yeah, I know some folks have been asking about a face reveal, and so that would be one of the goals. Don't get too hype. I'm just a people, you know? But I think it would be fun if one of the goals was like a karaoke stream. And maybe I could like have the community vote on like I don't know, like 2 or 3 songs or something that they want to hear. I memorized music pretty quick and I was in choir for a long time. It's like I'm not too unconfident with that kind of thing. Like I'm more used to like group stuff, but I'd be willing to do it. I think I'm a pretty decent singer. That's absolutely valid, man. Oh, Bozic hunting. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of reasons not to have a camera, and for me, it's mostly that I wanted to start without a camera. But like, I kind of want one for the same reason we have cameras in our Dungeons and Dragons campaign. It's just kind of about like the expressions and stuff that I don't think a VTuber can catch well enough for like what I want. Like I wanna like be able to give chat the stink eye when somebody says some degenerate shit, you know? And like that can be like half the fun in a lot of horror games is like seeing people jump and stuff. I don't really get jump scared easily. I just think that makes for a good example. But yeah, I didn't want to start with the camera. Oh yeah, punk. I got some serious resting bitch face. That's something y'all should know about me. People be like, "Oh, are you okay? What's wrong?" And I'm like, "I just fucking look like this, dog." I just have like a I don't know, like angry looking eyebrow situation, I guess. Like I find when I want people to not think I'm upset, I have to like raise my eyebrows. Like in customer service, my forehead would get tired from having my eyebrows raised all day. So I don't look bitchy and I look more approachable. It's kind of annoying. My fucking forehead would genuinely be tired by the end of the day. But I had some of those like really annoying managers that like wanted you to just smile all the time. Like I can be perfectly content and be sitting here with my bitchy looking ass face. Like hey, Joey is running now. I'm like highlighting and shading the belt, but I feel like it's not super visible right now, so I'm gonna play around with some of the blend settings and stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to conceptualize some subathon ideas and additionally a birthday stream idea because that's in June. So that's coming up quickly. And my birthday's on a Tuesday, so it's a normal stream day for me anyway. There, that's much more obvious. The color I was using before made like a better mid-tone. I shouldn't have been trying to use that as a highlight at all. Just wasting my time. Perfect. That's screen 50%. Yo, Punk, I never confirmed nor denied whether I bought it. I'd like to point that out. I just said the review was funny. I didn't follow up on that. I mean, you know me. I've got a fucking lewd degen sense of humor. Like I did buy a new pride flag today because we've had some crazy storms the last couple seasons, and mine got really fucking tattered. Like, it's kind of embarrassing to even have out there at this point. It's so fucked up. Yeah, we've had a couple like weird seasons when it comes to storms. And and between that and the sun, and I've had that flag for a while too. It's just it needed to be replaced. So I finally ordered a replacement for it. And that's supposed to get here quickly. I got it on eBay, but it had fast shipping. Sometimes I feel like I'm one of like 12 people left who still uses eBay, and like the other 11 are boomers. That's looking nicer already. Yeah, honestly, eBay can be great. You just have to make sure that you read the fucking reviews. But frankly, like, if you look at how downhill Amazon and shit's gone, it's not any fucking different. So everybody's like, oh, eBay's full of scams. Yeah, have you seen Amazon recently? Worse yet, all the people ordering off shit like fucking Temu, but won't order off eBay for some reason. Like, Temu's worse, like, definitely worse. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's where I got my fucking plate armor. People ask me at the Ren Fair and stuff, they're like, oh my god, where did you get that armor? It's so cool. Fucking eBay, bro. I still need to get a breastplate, though. Ugh, I'm such a skinny bitch. I can't fucking find one tiny enough. They're all meant for, like, big dudes, and I'm not that. I'm built like fucking. I'm built like fucking Jack Skellington. The Emperor. I've heard that a couple times. I love it every time. I am tiny. It's impossible to find pants. I've been able to put on some weight recently by like changing my snacks up into like stuff that's more calorie dense. But ugh, fuck, that kind of food can be very expensive. Like I was so skinny as a kid that my doctor prescribed me protein shakes and I didn't put on any weight. I like for health reasons, you know, like I need to put on some fucking weight. But I've had some success, so hey, I'm not complaining. And it helped me make that frat guy piss his pants when I worked at the Halloween haunt place. Because he thought I wasn't real because I was so skinny, and then I scared the piss out of him very literally. It was so funny. I'm highlighting the and shading the belt buckle if it's hard to tell what I'm doing. I also am definitely one of those people that forgets to eat when I'm stressed, and that does not help. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really bad about forgetting to eat. Um, Interestingly enough, getting into Korean television and RPGs helped me to remember because, like, a lot of cultures like to be like, oh my gosh, my culture is about food. But out of things I've witnessed, I would say Korean culture is about food in a way that a lot of people think their culture is. They're like, oh, we'll feed you, we'll do this, we'll do that. No, like, everything every conversation that doesn't need to be somewhere specific on Korean TV takes place over food. Like, have you eaten is a greeting. It's like saying, how are you there? It's a very casual thing to say. And like, it's kind of fucking crazy. Cause like, I grew up in a household that claimed to be Italian American, although an ancestry test disproved that. And everybody's like, oh, you know, Italian Americans, they're about food. I felt like we weren't shit with food when I started watching Korean TV. Yeah. Yeah, I can. I just it's partly the ADHD. I get like micro focused on stuff. And then I just forget to drink, to eat, to take basic fucking care of myself. I get so fucking fixated. And I just want to finish what I'm doing before I do anything else, even eating. I think I want to get rid of that bounce light. I think that's not correct. There you go. That was like the last thing I threw in, so I just undid it real quick. But I gave it a little bit like an H-shaped highlight because metal plays weird with light. And a little bit of a counter highlight over here. Shaded the belt. Yeah, I'm like so fucking ADHD. I fit all of the classic signs and symptoms, and yet somehow I wasn't diagnosed until it was sometime this past year, so like 26, 27, depending on if it was before or after my birthday. Like people talk a lot about multitasking with ADHD, and that is true. I do multitask a lot of things, but sometimes I get so fixated on one thing that like I can literally be starving to the point where like my fucking stomach hurts and I'm like, "Nope, I'm going to finish this before I make food." I think I want to shade that bucket next. I tried to give it a hammered texture for the metal parts. So it's got that like speckling going on. Yeah, when the fuck is the final season of You coming out? I keep hearing shit about that and how it's like done recording and stuff, and I really want to fucking watch it. Especially because I never finished the book series. I read 3 of them and I couldn't find the one after that. Um so I need to, I don't know, I'll have to check my library again. Um use your local library. It's a good resource. So I wasn't able to finish it through the books. And on top of that, it deviates from the books after season 2 or 3. Season 3. Season 3 is the last time when it's faithful to the book. Cuz that was season 1 was based on book 1. Season 2 and 3 were based on book 2. They kind of split it. It worked out, honestly, though, so I'm not complaining. Just stating facts. But I really that shows the right brand of fucked up for me. I like that kind of dark shit. And Penn Badgley does such a good job getting into the headspace of a fucked up psycho like that. It's very impressive. Which still sounds like a fake name, but it's his real name, I swear to God. Also, I like his little gap tooth. It's so cute. He wears they have him wear fake teeth for the show You, and it hides his gap tooth, but he has it in his interviews. And I think they hid it because the character he plays, Joe Goldberg, is supposed to be nondescript, so I think they decided that his little tooth gap would be too distinctive, which I think makes sense. But I like his gap tooth. It's cute. Gives his face character. And I'm glad he didn't do the Hollywood thing and like get veneers and get rid of it. You're gonna DoorDash me something? Oh my gosh. Good luck. There ain't shit out here. You're in a city. DoorDash is an option for you. But if you ever do, I have a ravenous sweet tooth, so you can absolutely bribe me with something sugary to get me to eat. That's a real thing. uh, I love savory food too. Like I'm not turning up my nose at it or anything, but I'm definitely more inclined to eat when I've got sweets on hand. Also, I fucking in You this is only like a small spoiler because it happens in like early season 2, so it's not really a spoiler, but in You he breaks into this woman that he's stalking's house because he's convinced this woman is a threat to the woman he's interested in, and he's not wrong. But so he breaks into her house and he's fucking stalking her, and he ends up having to hide there for a long time because she fucking comes home in the middle of it when like he was poking through her shit, so he had to like hide under the furniture and shit while she was wandering around her fucking house. And he ended up having to piss in a jar because he had to piss so badly, and she just wouldn't fucking leave. And he forgot it when he like ended up getting out of there. And I'm waiting for that evidence to come up. I've been waiting for it for actual years because it's something he thinks about. It's something that plays out in his head, and the way it's written, it has a narrative style where you can hear his thoughts. So he thinks like every time he panics about getting caught that somebody found that fucking jar of piss, but nothing's come up with it yet. And I'm dying. I need to know. I need to find the next fucking book in the series is what I need to do, because they do diverge after that anyway. Yeah, no, seriously, the piss jar is some of the biggest evidence against him. And so far there's been zero follow-up on it. So it's like, did he get away with that? Did he not get away with that? He's covered his tracks really well. And so there's very few like things, breadcrumbs left for detectives to even use to try and track this guy because he's a fucking serial killer, and he's really goddamn good at covering up his tracks. And that fucking jar of piss is one of like maybe 3 or 4 things that can actually connect him to his crimes, and it's easily the most reliable out of those 3 or 4 things. I swear to God, he's gonna get caught over a jar of piss. One of the reasons I really like that show, because I know we like have talked about it a little bit before, you and me, Punk Ape. And one of the reasons I really like that show is because it's a modern serial killer thriller. And, serial killers were most prominent in the 70s in America. I can't speak in regards to other countries. It is linked with lead poisoning, the extreme rates of violence and the sheer number of serial killers that were going on at that time has been linked to lead poisoning. And so most serial killer media uh takes place in the past. And that's historically accurate, I guess. I mean, I would argue obviously there's more serial killers out there than we think there are. They just haven't been fucking caught yet. So that's why you don't know about as many modern ones. And fucking I really like that this is a modern case of a serial killer because he has to deal with things like cell phones and social media, and the way he does it is so fucking smart. He takes people's phones that he's killed, he uses their faces to or fingerprints to unlock their fucking phones, and then like tweets and shit for them so that nobody thinks they're missing. He's like, "Oh, I'm on a writer's retreat." And like fucking just posts on fucking social media for them, and no one questions it. No one questions it because he just imitates their writing style and stuff. And it's cool. It's interesting from like a crime psychology perspective to see how one handles the modern era in terms of that stuff with all the security cameras and things. And like I've already fucking like read about all the 70s serial killers. Like, give me something fresh, give me something new, give me something different. Don't get And for the love of God, don't make another Ed Gein. I'm done with it. It's been done too many times. All right, I like how that shading looks. Yeah, he's really smart, except for that fucking jar of piss. I swear to God. I swear to God. And that only happened because when he was going to break into this chick's house, he hit a deer in the car he was driving, and he had a terrible concussion. So he was not thinking straight. He was legitimately hallucinating while he was hiding in this woman's house and left a fucking jar of piss there. If it wasn't for that, if he didn't fucking get his noggin rocked, it never would have happened. I kind of like the blue tone that luminosity brings into this. I think I want that on luminosity blend at 75%. And now I need to highlight the bucket. That, and of course he has his fucking his tokens, because that's a classic serial killer thing. Especially when you add stalking in the mix. Who mama are they gonna keep it? Yeah, I think I just want more modern serial killer content. Ooh, one moment, my friends. I gotta take my medication. It is 10:30 p.m. EST. Bucket indeed, Joey. All right, I took my meds. It was my time to take my meds. If you have forgotten to take your meds, please take them. It's good for you. You're on them for a reason. Of course, I'm going to be blending these highlights again when I'm kind of more content with the shapes. And I'll be playing around with the blend mode as well, make them more subtle. Because right now I'm using an almost pure white for this. And I obviously don't want it to be that bright. Welcome back. Adding that counter highlight. Metal is so weird and bouncy. Like everywhere you have a shadow, you kind of want to have a highlight too. That is screen at 75%. I think that works pretty well. Yeah, that looks pretty shiny to me. And it's lined with tin too, since we got his bucket reinforced. Now let's get some shading done on the wood. He's just a silly little guy. My Chem's most controversial album. And by controversial, I mean people like to bitch about it. I'll tell you what. People can say what they want about this album, but at the end of the day, it had some of My Chem's peak aesthetic. The way they fucking dressed and did their hair and stuff, I want all of that in my wardrobe. Gerard Way is such fashion goals. Brian Molko, too. I love both of their senses of fashion. Little shadow for the handle. High liminal. The fact that nobody redeemed that today is kind of funny. Until now, that is. Oh gosh. Fuck the purple stuff, I guess. What are you thinking? I still owe you that and one of your cat, which I've like doodled a couple things for, and I just wasn't completely happy with them. I want to give you something better than the doodles I was coming up with. Okay. Yeah, take your time. No rush. I'm trying to get all of Joey's overlay stuff cranked out so that as soon as he's ready to get started, we'll at least have like the main stuff. If it takes me a little longer to get to the BRB and what have you, then so be it. But I want to at least have the main overlay, the PNG tuber, and the non-affiliate alerts done. I'm just leaving this one on normal at 80%. This is one of my favorite My Chemical Romance songs. It's not my number one, but it's up there. Summertime. My number one favorite is probably Sleep with House of Wolves as a close runner up. The whole like swing thing they have in it. Oh, I love House of Wolves. Okay, hold on. Let me check. Let me go take a peek. Oh my god. That would be so funny. Yes. Oh, and that's dope, dude. Are you updating to a full body one? Dude, that'll be so fucking funny. I'm not gonna say what it is because I'd rather like I'd rather do that on stream and just have people see it themselves. But I'm fucking here for it. I also fucking love that show. Truly peak comedy. It's the Obama song. Oh yeah, yeah. That's awesome. That makes sense. The fucking thing with the bunny ears. Doc. Dude, I've never understood that like bunny lingerie thing. Is regular lingerie not hot enough for people? Are they secretly furries? I have questions. That bucket looks pretty poppin' to me. Feels like the right level of detail too. I don't want it to detract from his face, even though it'll be cut off the screen when it turns into a PNG tuber. This is the full body version. It's gonna be like above the belt as the cutoff. I don't get it, man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't get it. Not my kink. I'm also like weird though. I'm more into like masculine chicks with like an androgynous thing going on and like feminine dudes with an androgynous thing going on. Androgyny's hot. What can I say? Gender defiance also hot. Like if you're one of those dudes that can't wear pink because you think it'll emasculate you, like that's ugh. I'm turned off, you know? Like if you can't wear a color because you're afraid it'll make you be perceived as less masculine, you're not that masculine. You're not. You're not. You're fooling yourself. If you're confident enough in feeling like a man to say fuck it and wear pink anyway, that's confidence. I think the eyes are growing on me a little bit. I'm still kind of mixed. I don't know. I like the nose, I like the lips, I like the eyebrows. The maker's Mantle added permitted term in the ass. How has nobody said that here yet? I have a French song about anal on my playlist. It is surprising, or is that a typo? Because if you're surprised, I don't know what to tell you. Hmm. I might want to add like some little details to him later, but I'm into it. I'm into it for now. The shading and stuff really helped. How did that get held up again? Allow. It might take a second for it to go through or something. Or that could be one of my bots trying to catch it instead of Twitch itself now. But yeah, I'm surprised nobody said that here yet, especially because I've like full on called out the one French song in my playlist that's absolutely filthy. Like I've translated the lyrics for chat so that it cuz like when I first got into that song I was like, "Oh my god, this is so great. It's like got such a chill mellow vibe." I'm like, this is awesome. I love this. I wonder what it's about. It seems pretty chill. Maybe it's a little romantic. Like the tone is sort of in that line. And I'm like jamming to it with the windows open while I'm baking and stuff. And I finally translate it. And it's fucking a filthy song about anal sex. And I'm like, oh. All right. I want to try dragging this over to the overlay again to see how it looks. This file's way bigger, so I need to shrink it a lot. I was thinking something like that. Oh my god. Here, I'll put it on. 1 second. It's a placebo song, which shouldn't surprise you. Sorry, Gerard, but we're talking about the French song about anal. I need to play that now. Here. This song. See, so like that song sounds really chill. And then you find out the line he repeats over and over again. It starts with embrasse-moi. I can't speak French. Um, that means embarrass me, stick your fingers up my ass. That's what that translates to. Yeah. Yeah, I totally did not expect that from the fucking vibe of the song. You know, like I mean, honestly, if you pay attention to the lyrics, most of the shit I listen to is about sex or drugs or sex on drugs. So, like, I shouldn't be surprised, but I was still like, that's what that's about? Jesus, you know, like, fuck. This is my favorite off the new 21 Pilots album, Clancy. Hold on, I'm having some technical difficulties with my program. Yeah, I'm not getting it to do what I want to, but hey, it's okay. We'll just draw it from scratch. Would have needed to anyway. All right, let's get a move on these alerts. I can always tweak the eyes later. I tried to drag the bucket in so that I can just trace it and make sure it's as identical as possible. But it's not working for some reason. There we go. I had to copy paste it instead of just dragging it. I don't know. Love this song too. We're on a good streak. I think part of what I'm into about Walk the Moon is that they just write like a bunch of like fun, sexy bops, and it's like hell yeah. Something just like that. Giant Roger head. So I'm gonna break this down into yeah, he's got like a little stubble going on. It was partly to make him look older, partly because Joey has facial hair, though it's more than this. And it matches his line art. It's just a bit lower in opacity, and then I shaded it out to kind of make it look more natural and blend it a bit. Stubble. So I'm gonna like reduce this down to its essential shapes to do like a little cartoon face. That's gonna be like even simpler than this. While this is already cartoony, it's gonna be more cartoony. I'm keeping these pieces separate since he's going to be like popping out of the bucket for one of them and like hiding in the bucket for another. So I'm just going to draw the whole face and move it. Just easier that way. That does mean I'm going to have to split the bucket by front and back though. But that's no problem at all. And I have not been doing black line art for these alerts. They have different colors of line art based on the color of the object. But I'm going to start it with black and then just do like a mask. Key change! How did closed captions interpret that as two chains? I know I did a bit of a silly voice, but that was very clearly key change. Thank you. Two chains? Okay. Yeah, for real. It's mostly pretty good when you have people talking over each other. Like when Joey and I bicker, it doesn't pick that up well. And it doesn't pick up the wildest of Joey's silly voices, but it picks up most of them. I did at one point ask Joey to tone down the craziest voices, not because I don't enjoy them, but because I wanted to make sure that people who use closed captions were able to understand him. Like it was pretty funny. There is no fucking doubt in my mind that this vocalist is non-binary. Brian Molko from Placebo. Molko. There you go, closed captions. Granted, that one I think was on me. I kind of like the dimple. That's kind of cute, honestly. I might leave that. Kawaii desu. I used to be a huge weeb. I don't watch as much anime anymore. Uh, Sir Pippin, because I am just fucking. I'm so tired of the sexism in it. Honestly, I feel like it's gotten worse with time, not better. Welcome back, Sir Pippin. Okay, you have been lurking. I think my view counter tonight is broken. I would like that just I've had this suspicion that my view counter is broken tonight, and that kind of is leading me into believing that it is. Twitch be like that. Frankly, I should like turn that off, but eh. So that's about everything I'm gonna need for the back of the bucket. It won't need to be much. And then we can do the front of the bucket. Yeah, it's been saying like all night that I have like 2 people. And I've had more people chat and say they're lurking than that. And like I'm like, I don't know if that's correct. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, Twitch be like that. I don't even like. I don't even. I do keep an eye on that stuff, but more like to make sure shit's working. Honestly, because it breaks so often. Twitch just is busted as fuck. So I know a lot of people keep their view counts off because they can get like performance anxiety and stuff about it. But like I've found that most of the time when my view count's been low, it's just that it's broken. Like I don't know. I feel like normally that's something that I would get like a little socially weird about, but it hasn't been it's surprisingly not been a problem for me with Twitch. Like I used to keep an eye on stuff more on other platforms, but I've definitely taken a more chill approach to this one. Hello again, Gerard Way. I knew he'd be back. Also on my list of likely non-binary people. God, such fucking fashion goals. Can I just raid Gerard's whole wardrobe? Like, please? I won't be able to take any pants, though, because there's a big height disparity there. Listen, I think he can handle it. I have been a huge Gerard Way fan for, like, oh, God. I don't even know. It's been, like, roundabouts of 20 years that I've supported not just Gerard's music, but his comic books and TV as well. I love everything he does. Klaus Hargreaves is best boy, and I will fight a bitch about it. Also very hot. God damn. I have such a fucking type. It's ridiculous. That was a real quick wood texture. Now I'm gonna invert this selection. And I'm going to take in that spatter and make the metal look hammered. Getting a little 80s on you. God, I hate stippling. Ah, fucking wrong layer. Hold on. Yo, Xena! Sorry for the delay. I was getting very into drawing stubble just right. Sorry. Yo, you're welcome to use the horn or the audio check for that. I apologize. It's been a quiet night for me too, so I've kind of been in the zone. There it be. Yeah, I'm trying to get this fucking stubble just right. Sorry. I hope your morning's going well, Xena. Yeah, that's what the horn one is actually there for. Like it should say something vague about that in the description. But yeah, I was in the zone on that and I fucked it up. So like it was on the wrong goddamn layer. Fuck. This bitch. God, Saturn is so fucking funny. I need Saturn to know how fucking funny he is. Okay, now I'm on the correct fucking layer. Yo, mood. Yeah, but I literally I know myself well enough that I added the horn to get my attention when I'm being ADHD as fuck. I was just talking earlier about like micro fixating on something and I just focused on that fucking stubble. Like I'm thirsty, I should sip my drink. That is such a mood. But then again, like sitting around being pretty in this economy, you know, we all deserve time to sit around and look pretty. uh, go to a horse race. It, I feel like that's a rich people thing. That works too. I can hear the tomatoes, so if I'm ever, you can chuck a tomato if I'm ever spacing. I love those. Yeah, like go to a horse race, where people bet on horses. I bet rich fucks are there. Crash a New Year's party in a fancy neighborhood. They'll all be too drunk to notice, and just go full Great Gatsby for a night. Yeah, yeah. Call everybody old sport. There, I think that stubble looks nice. I can done being obsessed with stubble for a minute. Oh gosh, it's midnight already. I've put the head of the ghost man in this bucket. I want to put like little like hands peeking over, like he's holding onto the side. But I just didn't do that yet. And then when uh when it's like a goal being started, it'll be like that. And then when it's a goal finished, it'll be like, hey. Yeah, I think it's cute. I don't know. He's got his bucket. So he'll be like, I don't know, tucked in maybe like that far, and then he'll just like, yay, goal reached. I think that'll be fun. It's it's silly, but I like it. Yeah, he's just a little bucket guy. Um, this is his full body. This is non-speaking face, and then that's his speaking face when he's saying stuff. I still need to make an eye blink, but I like couldn't decide how I wanted the eyes to be for a minute there. So he's thinking, he's pondering, and then he's talking. And he's a pirate. Ice cream. What flavor would he be? I gave him a piratey shirt. He haunts a bucket, so he's got his bucket. Smurf flavor? What does that taste like? Then this is the overlay that I've worked on. This background will be 100%, but that'll be the game capture area. Just like that. I'm gonna line up the emote fountains with this so that it shoots emote cannonballs when people like subscribe and stuff. We're gonna get this set up as a chat. This is gonna have latest followers and latest subs. There's room here for social media icons, and there's room here for the PNG tuber itself. So we got the edge of the ship, we got the cannons, we got Roger the bucket ghost, we got social media, the capture, alerts will go here, chat, latest sub, and followers. And then this leaves some allowance for subtitles as well. Really? That sounds, I mean, ooh, Tutti Frutti bubblegum? That honestly sounds good. I have such a gross sweet tooth. I'm into that kind of garbage, you know what I mean? Like some people are like, oh my god, this is so gross. It's just sweet. And I'm like, yes, I love it. Give me more of that. And I'm working on the alerts for this also. So this is the goal started, goal reached one that I'm working on. And then let me stick this in a folder. So there was that one. For followers, there's a compass, and I stuck in my drawing of Sit Stay as like a little picture in the compass because that's his captain, and I thought that would be really funny. Since it's a pirate theme for raids, there's going to be a ship. So those are the ones that I've already drawn because I'm working on like the non-affiliate ones first, so followers and raids and that stuff. But once affiliate happens, I'll have more ready. And le shit. So we have the goal start, the goal completed, raid, follow. Sub is gonna be a pirate flag. Resub will be like some flagons. Le shit. Sorry, that is funny as fuck. Just like hearing that in my head in a French accent. I was thinking of doing a treasure chest for gift subs, some coins and gemstones for bits. A hype train will be a cannon, and a hype train completed will be the cannon firing. And then I was thinking of having like a little mermaid on a rock for throne stuff. Because I suggested that Joey set up throne as well. Just because you never know. So those are my crude doodle versions that we are slowly refining. throne throne stuff like the wish list that people buy things for streamers on. Yeah, it's early for you. So this is the ship for raids. As you can see, we've come quite far. The juxtaposition of me thinking versus me working. So we've got that, and we've got the compass, and now we have the goals one. Ready to sail. I might be able to stick like the ship name somewhere on here or something as like another homage to our D&D campaign. At the end of the day, I feel like that's those kinds of details are up to Joey, and I'd like to run that past him before I do it. He was in chat earlier, but I don't want to assume that he's still here. He has a hell of a busy week ahead of him. So he probably went to like get some rest and pack for visiting family and stuff. But maybe I'll just slap that on a new layer real quick while we wrap up here. Psst, 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 psst. Were you trying to summon Joey? Yeah, I'm guessing he had to go. He was setting up his new PC today, which is a lot of work. Um and he has a lot ahead of him this week. Like he has like a fully booked week. He's going to be so beat next week. Oof, I don't want to take this any smaller than that, but I don't know if I can fit the ship name at this size. Much too large still. Hmm. I don't think I'll be able to make it legible, but I could make it a little Easter egg just for us. Let's try going even smaller with the I've been trying to keep the line art consistent in sizing, but I think it's okay to vary it for text specifically. I feel like I need a softer brush for this than my usual one. Goddamn, this is getting tiny. Seems more appropriately sized. I mean, it's still oversized, but in a cartoon way as opposed to a ludicrous way. You know, I never did a card today. Well, okay. Yeah, I think that looks more appropriate in terms of size. And for anyone who can't read cursive or can't read it because it's small, it says new trick. New trick. Protection's good. I would say Seven of Wands upright is good. Because, like, challenge can be a bad thing, but ultimately it's a thing that involves growth. And that's positive, especially in the tarot world. Alright, I'm gonna get wrapping up here. We finished our ship alert for raids. We did like half of this alert. I'm gonna leave the ship up. That one's my favorite right now. Save that. We've gotten those guys started. We've gotten these guys finished. All of these are stuck behind affiliate or that update, whatever happens first, frankly. We have a gaming layout, a concept for our starting layout, which is going to be like a pirate map, a BRB screen, and I'll probably add some like silly text, like going to Lil DM's room. But it's Roger swabbing the deck at a little ending thing where he's sailing away. We'll be getting those done soon. Let me save this. And then lastly, we have Roger the PNG tuber. I quite like him. I think he's fun. I might tweak the eyes a little bit. But I like the rest of his face. I like his outfit. I like his bucket. I like his stubble. And then just to show it again, this is the speaking face, and this is the non-speaking face. Thank you, Sir Pippin. I think he's a fun gentleman. He does have some ice cream energy. But he is a softie, so I think it makes sense. Drop a final save on that bad boy. But I really like how the ship came out. Like, in particular, I was kind of intimidated by the idea of drawing a ship because they are like very particular in regards to their architecture and really easy to make them look just all sorts of fucked up. And I think this looks pretty nice. Maybe I'll like slap on some ropes or something if I'm feeling extra to like climb and shit, but I think when you shrink it down, this is about the right level of detail. I think even the name is too much, but because like on the overlay, it's going to be like popping up kind of like that, maybe a little larger. Like that in that corner and everything. So I can't get too crazy with the detail, but I think some ropes would fit it. In the meantime, let's find somebody to raid out to. Thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. I'll be back on Thursday with free building in The Sims 4 with mods. I'm trying to find a nice floor plan to base it off of. I'm glad you guys are looking forward to it. I'll see you on Thursday. I got some big ideas about things that I want to try to get done over the summer. Uh, and I might be posting some of that stuff in the Discord. There's that as well. So if y'all don't mind, you can go ahead and grab that raid message. I'm going to find somebody for us to raid out to. Hopefully it's not too late and we didn't miss our crew. You know what? We're going to go raid Grumble of Pugs. He is working on a video game, which is really cool. And it's a form of art, so I feel like that's appropriate. So he's streaming software and game development, which is really neat to see the behind the scenes of, too. I will see you guys on Thursday. Thank you so much again for stopping by tonight. Bit of a quiet night, but hey, I'm never opposed to that. And we'll get this raid going. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be safe. Take care of yourselves.